Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
LMP2 green. GT3 green.
Hello and welcome to the EERC Endurance Championships test race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which will last 6 hours. 33 minutes have already elapsed. We had 13 cars entering the event. Unfortunately, most of the LMP2 field has already been eliminated, so we only have 3 cars in the lead class at the moment, but we still have a fair few competitors in GT3, 6 still running, 5 of them still on the same lap. The LMP2 class being led quite dominantly by Norbert Jakob in the Fantasy Esports number 5. Whilst GT3 is being led by John Bennett, who's actually 3rd overall because Daniashenko in the number 717 RSS Unison racing car has had a pretty difficult opening half hour to the race, and we saw him earlier crashing backwards into the wall, losing his rear wing, and having to do the sort of, not the walk of shame, but the definitely long walk alone back to the pit box. And Christian Lewis having a spin in the Scuderia Ventus car. Not sure I recognise Scuderia Ventus from the previous events, so I wonder if that's Lewis's own team or a new entry that's just testing their waters as actually the leader, Norbert Jakob, decides to pit at this point. His personal best has been 7 minutes 20.8, which is a really incredible lap time, actually. No one else has even got anywhere really near close to that. The only one who has really is Deniashenko, who set 7 minutes 40. But yeah. So, Christian Lewis still in trouble. Desperately crawling his way back to the pits. But without that rear drag and stability, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to do. He's already a lap down in the duty-free field. As Jacob, he's got a huge lead to Schumann, over 200 seconds, so he shouldn't lose any position in the pits. But definitely, those three cars in LMP2, they're all going to want to avoid each other if they can. Although Ishenko would definitely hoping to catch up as the 5 hours go on. And there's Lewis again, losing it big time. Yeah, definitely someone, one of the more less experienced entrants into this test race. And look at that! He's really struggling to hold on to that one through the. It's not the carousel. It's the. That looks like. That looks like Wearsiefen and Callenhard to me. That he's Christian Lewis is struggling through. We watch Lucas Lichten now for BMW Madness. Lichten in third in class at the moment, as we see Lewis again going around like a spinning top and really hugging all the barrier there as he gets onto one of the main straights here. That's a lovely bit there. I believe the old Grand Prix guys in the 60s used to lift the wheels. As we see Lewis almost trying to do the similar there, and wow, he must be feeling so dizzy at this point. I think Lewis might be advised to just sort of slow down a little more. It also looks like his steering is bent too, so he's damaged that Scuderia Ventus car in a major way. And there's Peter Schumann, not the first spin he's made this afternoon. And now, is he facing the wrong way there in the Frina von Dresen car? Into wheels, trying to get back going again. But this is not really going to help him catch up to Norbert Jacob. Yeah, look at Lewis crabbing there. He gets into sector 3 on the track, I believe. Have a look at the live timing. Yes, Lewis is... Yeah, he is in sector 3 and 3 laps down on the last guy running, I believe, at the moment. Because Riley McKibben for IDOS in the 317. As we see Ashenko having another spin. Damage it too bad there, Denny. Christian Lewis comes upon him as well. So, yeah, these guys definitely need the practice for ahead of the real Nordschleife 12 hours that actually counts for championship points later in the season. Because we got the Americas in August, which is coming up fairly shortly, actually. But then we get the season finale here at Nordschleife in September. As we look at that's a Lewis again. So not with the small entry list. There's not really too much happening apart from Lewis. Really struggling to make it back to the pits here as we look at Lucas Lichten on his merry way, having a relatively clean run, trying to catch up to Mikael Vrzaza for Random Racing. Yeah, the one really surprising me in GD3 is the class leader John Bennett for Solo Sport Racing, who has been setting not quite as good lap times as Lucas Lichten, but has been very consistent. His best lap time is 8:17.6, whereas Lucas Lichten's is 8:15.9. So Lichten, if he can keep going 2 seconds a lot faster, he might be able to close that gap. So GD3 is where the big battle is. But as we see, is that Peter Schumann entering the pits now. It is. So he's going to lose time as well. It looks like the tyres seem to go off after about 30-40 minutes here at the Nordschleife. It's not surprising given it's over 114 corners, 14 mile per lap. So yeah, the tyres really take a beating here as we see, Lewis just losing the back end. Thought he might have just got away with that one there. And of course, no code 80s here at the Nordschleife, given not only just the small entry of the field, but also the issues that were encountered in Le Mans with the slow zones and ended up having to... look at that, Lewis, really speeding up into the barrier there. It's almost like he's getting frustrated, very frustrated. But he was the one who spun and lost his rear wing and damaged the suspension, it looks like, so he only really has himself to blame if he's getting frustrated, I'm afraid. Although you never know, it might have been some kind of lag that caused the initial incident in the first place. Ooh, good little save there by Lewis. And again, as we see the class leader coming through to lap him for the second time in GT3, Bennett goes through to the right, and Lewis just loses it there. We get a great angle of that as he goes right to where the camera is on track. But thankfully, the camera is unscathed. And Lewis going on a wild ride through the grass here as Schumann re-emerges from the pits, 358 seconds down on Norbert Jakab's Fancy Esports number 5 entry, leading the LMP2 class, but he is at least, maybe not 517 seconds, but at least about 200 seconds ahead of Deniashenko. But the gap's very widely spread out in LMP2, and in GT3, Michael Raza is 31.9 seconds behind John Bennett. John Bennett, actually, with Schumann's pit stop, has actually gone into second overall in the race, which is pretty incredible. You don't really see that every day, the heady heights of a GT3 class on the overall podium. As Lewis, again, finds himself beached and facing the wrong way down the circuit. Really, Lewis is just going to hope that he doesn't end up causing a massive incident here with the LMP2 cars coming up fast. I don't think there's anyone too close to him on circuit at the moment. Oh no, I say that, and it looks like Moore closing up on him. Is that Rob Moore or is that Martin Farkas in the IDOS entry? Who's going very slowly, actually. I think just trying to make sure he doesn't come across it. Christian Lewis really to stop and let the car lapping him go through, I think. Yeah, there we go. And the IDOS car speeds up again, but Lewis really making a bit of a meal of this. Because the lap is so long, it makes it even more painful. Fortunately, we don't really have too much. There's no other close battle on track to distract us from this and save Christian Lewis's blushes as he goes into, I believe that's, yeah, he must just be in, yes, not, I think he's approaching carousel fairly soon. It's a little, I'm amazed at some of the drivers going to go. This is Christian Lewis. Oh, really? You're surprised that that Scuderia Ventus car isn't broken into several pieces at this point, the way he's been manhandling it into the barriers. Counteract that. In fact, I don't think that's going to help with the steering either. He's banging it as we see the camera panning way faster than Christian Lewis can get through the carousel. Oh, look, yeah, that's not really the ideal line. He doesn't even go for the big hit at the front there. And Christian Lewis might be better served by just teleporting back to the pits at this point, as Deniashenko from third also pits. Look at that, he's having to really fight a battle with that steering wheel like it's like a rabid bear attacking him or something. So this is a battle that he's going to carry on for some time until he gets to the pit lane. Surely only about a couple of miles left to get to that pit box on the main straight when the track rejoins, of course, the what's now the Grand Prix circuit used at the Nürburgring. Yeah, it's almost like he's having to weave constantly just to keep the thing in a straight line, roughly. Oh. Christian Lewis catching the inside of the curb there, just about getting away with it. Oh, this is all just a bit harem-scarum. There isn't really too much insight to add to this, unfortunately. He's come back to John Bennett, who's increased his gap as he goes through the carousel to just 36 seconds, but he's dropping slightly, so Nico Raza having a better sector of the lap. He should be coming upon Lewis again. He's going to need to be careful to avoid that skiddery vented scar, and I'm sure he's got someone telling him exactly where it is on track. Or he will be at least somewhat cautious, given he's got a fairly comfortable lead. Not as comfortable as normal Japan in MLB2, of course, but John Bennett only 282 seconds actually behind the leader. Going to come upon Lewis any moment here. He may have already, that's someone I was looking away at the time, the screen's unfortunately, but oh, there we go, there it is. You can see the big cloud of smoke, that's Lewis. But then he's going to have to really pick his moment there. Oh, it was almost like Lewis didn't see him there. Christian, pinballs across the track once again. And really struggling to keep it off the grass here. This is a GT3 McLaren, Christian, not a lawnmower. But yeah, really fighting against him. Christian Lewis determined not to give up, determined to get back to the pits. Maybe he can have a cleaner. He can have a cleaner final 5 hours of the race and amend for all the difficulties he's been running into. Here we go, this is Peter Schumann about to lap Mikel Raza, and then Lewis ahead of them. Oh, but Raza actually in the round of racing car almost hit the barrier there. Both of them thread through. Lewis does his best to get out of the way. Schumann eager to close that 380-second gap to Norbert Ducab. But he will have to get past Mikel Raza first. But yeah, they're definitely still only in set 2, I think. Because that seems to be what Lewis keeps flaring up as Schumann takes a very wide line there. He's just waiting for his moment to get by. Oh, very late kind of move there from Raza. Almost catches Schumann out, but hopefully, thankfully, they don't make contact. There's Lewis wobbling. Almost looks like the car's having to drive sideways at almost every corner. He's got quite a way to go still to get into the pit lane. And his last lap time, Christian Lewis, was 12 minutes 5 seconds. As Nobby Cab actually sets a purple sector 1, 233.187 seconds. So Nobby Cab really going for a quick lap here. Lichten. Has Lichten been able to improve his lap times? No, his best is still 8 minutes 15.9. He's still got, somehow he's going to have to get past the LMP2 cars if he wants to catch John Bennett at the moment. Although Bennett, I think he's being rapidly caught. Peter Schumacher only 20 seconds behind him now. There's Raza pits actually after being lapped, so there's Lewis spun again there that we just cut to, yep. So Mikel Raza for second place. Could he be vulnerable to Lucas Lichten? I think he might be. I wasn't sure exactly what the gap was there. As we see Lewis again, for I think the 50th time this lap, finding himself facing the wrong way around the track. So actually, I think Raza has about 100 seconds, 73 seconds margin to Lucas Lichten, so he should emerge back in his current position. Lewis almost having a go at that marshal there, waving the yellow flag at him. That's not the marshal's fault, Christian. Need to attack the barrier so forcefully. And Great Dane pointed out earlier, by the way, that our thumbnail is still from Le Mans. It's because this is a test race. Our guys have not really had the opportunity quite yet to make a specialized thumbnail for it. rest assured when you get to real Nürburgring, we will have the proper thumbnail. But anyway, Lewis still weaving down the straight. This looks like not Flugplatz. I'm sorry, I'm horrible with these German corner names. This is, I think, Antoniusbusch into Tiergarten. Lewis is just making his way down at the moment as Jakob has lapped him once more. And Lewis, he's really only ahead of Souza in, I think is Souza in the Brazilian racing team car, who's also 3 laps down and has got going again. But he's 127 seconds behind, although catching pretty rapidly. So Lewis may have someone to contend with. He's only got a little bit further actually down the straight to go get to the pits, but it could take a while for him, obviously, with his damage. So Souza will really sense an opportunity here, and we'll keep you updated if Souza can get past Lewis. Here he is. Julio Souza for Brazilian Racing Team. They've not had too much joy this season. Incidents, penalties, accidents. But there could be an opportunity to get 6th place in this test race, which, if nothing else, will show their qualities of endurance, their perseverance, and just give them a little bit of motivation going into Circuit of the Americas next month. There's a little bit of lifting down stream from Julio Souza. But just a reminder of the calendar. Give everyone some specifics. The Circuit of the Americas is currently set for the 8th of August, so in 2 weeks' time, I believe. Nope, 3 weeks. I tell a lie. It will be 1, 2, 3 weeks' time. And then after that, we have the 24 Hours of Nordschleife on the 12th of September, the following month, and that will be the season finale, of course. And there's the big prize of €200 for the class winners in the official races, of course. But of course, Nordschleife being able to practice on it again, it's such a long circuit, almost labyrinthian. That is really, these competitors here in this 6-hour race are going to have a bit of advantage. As Lewis finally makes it back in to the pit lane, but he is really going to lose position to Souza here, I believe. He desperately tries to get into his pit box. Christian Lewis really coming unstuck here. He's only got a 40-second lead as Schumann has finally got past Bennett for position, even though Schumann is in a much faster car. It really shows the job that John Bennett has been doing in that Solo Sport number 14 entry. There we go. We're seeing it on screen, of course. But Lewis trying to desperately repair that damage. It could be quite close with Souza, actually. The gap is still closing all the time, and Souza, like I said, will be sensing an opportunity here. But John Bennett out in front in GD3 really knows that even if Denyashenko eventually catches up to him, getting a 4th overall would be a pretty incredible result here for this test race. And he's definitely laying down a marker, and he's definitely marking him out as himself out as one to watch when we do the full 24 hours of Nordschleife. As we see him taking the inside line at Carousel, lovely corner there. John Bennett takes it beautifully. But I believe Souza coming in for his own pit stop here, actually. So Lewis may yet keep position. We'll need to see how that little battle in the pits goes, or if the two of them decide to continue or not. Because we already had Horn Robert in the Venturo number 34 and Riley McKibben in IDOS number 317 decide to call it a day early, it seems. It could just be that they had some other commitment and couldn't complete the full distance. I'm sure they have a totally logical explanation for getting out of the race so early. The LMP2 cars. But anyway, 10 teams, 10 cars still running. And we're really just waiting to see as Souza gets out first from the pits. There we go. Souza, despite being 3 laps down, has got ahead of Lewis in the 6th position as he goes through the old chicane. I guess, that's used in the full endurance layout, of course, for the Grand Prix and other high-level, usually single-seater or occasionally other categories that use the GP layout of the Nürburgring. They have a new loop at the after the first corner rather than just immediately going onto the straight to the rest of the Mullenbach shaft. Mullenbach Schleife, sorry. Mullenbach shaft is the hairpin, of course, at the very tail end. Is present on both layouts. Christian Lewis really taking his time. I wonder if he's actually gone into the pit box properly there, or if he's just decided to really take a break. Might be understandable given his little ordeal going around as we cut to Norbert Jacob really pushing it here. It looks like he's on a flying lap here. 400 big gaps ahead and in front of him. I believe he has actually, on his last lap, he has actually set the fastest lap of the entire race, 7 minutes 19.351. So Jacob feeling really confident here. As I believe Denny Yashenko has actually lost a bit more time. He's fallen behind quite a lot of the GT3 field as John Bennett, leading the GT3 field, decides to come into the pit lane. There's Jeff Close, who's swapped over with Christian Lewis in the Scuderia Ventus entry and has gone straight into the barrier at that looks like the first corner. So Scuderia Ventus not exactly covering themselves in glory, I think it's safe to say, in this test race. But perhaps they're not taking it entirely seriously, given that there are not any real points on offer. It's more just pride and practice that's at stake here. But yeah, we get a nice view of the Yokohama logo as he decides wisely to go back into the pits, maybe try again a bit later. A little anime girl on the top of the Scuderia Ventus entry, by the way. And I think Close has decided, has he been disqualified there? As we cut to Jacob about to lap the RSS Unison entry of Denishenko in third, which really shows how unchallenged Jacob has been, as Jeff Close has actually not been disqualified. There was a brief error on the timer screen there. And he is getting out again. We get again a lovely shot of the angry girl just behind the top of the roof. Looking back, and there's something written on the rear ring as well. It's a bit hard to read from this angle. Oh, Jeff Close nearly losing it again. Scuderia Ventus car has seen the wrong way of the track a few too many times, to be honest. So we have a change now here for the leader of GT3. Wozniak has got in the solo sport entry. So John Bennett taking a well-earned rest, 57 minutes into the race. And then Mikhail Wozniak, who you remember at Hockenheim, just lost out on that podium, or that second place rather, to Che Hatch in the IDOS Racing GT3 at the time. And yeah, it was a good little battle, but Wozniak ended up being pushed slightly wide by Che Hatch's forceful defending. But Wozniak was on fresher tyres, had driven a really good race up to that point, but then on one of the final laps of the race spun at the first corner, and that basically decided the battle. So still finished third for Solo Sport Racing, but Wozniak will be hoping for better things in the future in GT3, and this is definitely a good omen for him in the Solo Sport Racing team, of course. But dominant force in GT3 past couple of rounds at least has been the Abstinio Force Polonia team, who are of course not present today. They decided that it wasn't worth. They had some other rounds clashing with this. They weren't that interested in doing the 10th test race, which is fair enough. No points on offer. But they had the entry of James Juba and Mantis Rikas, who were quite dominant at Le Mans until they copped a penalty. And again, they won by a very comfortable margin at GT3 at Hockenheim, which I believe was their first win of the season. So they're definitely up there in the fight for the championship, and they definitely seem to be, especially at the cancelled race at Le Mans that was sort of cancelled halfway through. We saw James Juba set a blistering qualifying time. As you see Peter Schumann just looking a little tentative, but seems to have it under control at the moment. He seeks to make sure that maybe if he can't close that 400 21-second gap. You'll just want to hope that it doesn't bulge out to 1,010 seconds, 1,110 seconds as with Deniashenko, who is a lap down now on Norbert. But Farkas now in the only idle century in the field, and Martin Farkas, not a driver I'm that familiar with. Seems to be doing okay though in 5th place. The last driver on the lead lap was we've got Jeff Close. Again, of course, he's got a little bit of a big gap to Sousa to close up. But I think Jeff Close has probably got a better pace than Claudio Sousa in the Brazilian racing team. As Jacab sits a purple final sector, 45.38, 45.358. But that was last lap was 7:24, so he's about 5 seconds away from his best. So Jacab really just trying to, on lap 9 of the race, really just trying to push the envelope and see what kind of crazy lap times he can set. As we're watching Rob Moore in the GP Stracker. Coming up to the middle and back. Rob Moore in 4th place in I believe his own entry. Rob Moore may be attempting to do the entire race on his own. Doesn't seem to be team affiliated, so not to be confused with solo sport racing. It's a solo entry, as in him on his own. Rob Moore, it seems. I've not seen a spotter's guide that tell me if Rob Moore has any teammates waiting in the wings for him, but it definitely seems for the moment that Rob Moore is going to try and do as much of the 6 hours as he can. By the way, we've just past the 1 hour mark, so only 5 hours left to go. I'm sure it's going to feel like a breeze for some of these drivers who have, especially the more experienced ones who have done quite a lot of endurance racing already. As we see Jacab looking to lap the Scuderia Ventus car, having to go quite wide there. The angle maybe made that look a bit more dramatic than it was because it disappeared behind the valley. Thank you NHS, that's what it says on the top of the rear wing of Scuderia Ventus, of course the National Health Service in the UK, in reference to the COVID-19 pandemic and the work that healthcare workers have been doing. It's a lovely message of support, so that's nice. I'm not sure if it's like they're having the anime girl on the top of the roof as well. I'm not sure who that's saying thanks to. As you see, Peter Schumann looks like going quite slowly, recovering from an off, I think. Not going to help him close up on Norbert Jacab as the gap balloons out to 455 seconds, it seems. For those wondering, the gap GD3, Mikhail Wozniak only 23 seconds behind Peter Schumann after Peter Schumann's spin, but Lucas Lichtin, Magnus Racing number 3, in second in class in GD3. He is, that's 92 seconds, so it looked like 52 for a second there, but it is actually 92 seconds. He is behind Mikhail Wozniak. Then we have Mikhail Raza for Random Racing. He's only 27 seconds behind, so I think Magnus Racing jumped Random Racing in the pit at some point. And of course, you've got Rob Moore, 4th in class, who we were just watching, 134 seconds down. Martin Farkas, about 165 seconds down on Rob Moore. You have Deniashenko 2 laps down in the LMP2 class. And you've got Claudio Sousa, I believe on this. No, he's 2 laps down on Deniashenko, sorry. Then you have Jeff Close, who 186 seconds behind Claudio Sousa. Most of that gap, I think, is due to him being stuck in the barrier at turn 1. But anyway, the race really just continuing, and it's a case of ticking off the laps, watching that time count down. This is usually the point as a commentator where you would cut to another person to talk to, but of course it's just me at the moment. It seems it's going to be that way for the foreseeable future, so I guess I'll just have to have a chat. A lot of people entertained by Christian Lewis's antics trying to get back to the pits, and his refusal to just teleport back by pressing the escape key. He wanted to do it the legit way. So he did the very slow way, let's put them down to last in class by a considerable margin now. As Peter Schumann pits, so it looks like maybe his tyres were going off. And once Peter Schumann can pit as often as he really likes at the moment, given the huge gap to Denischenko. But really, all the LMP2 runners are in kind of a lonesome race on their own at the moment. There doesn't really seem to be much going on as the solo sport racing number 14 entries looking to lap close. Juventus put that car down a whole, I believe, 4 laps in total. Yeah, there will be 4 laps down. Well, they will be in a second at this rate. Jeff Close is going to have to hope that he goes into the final couple of corners on the lap in that lovely little last chicane, entering the main straight. He's going to have to hope that something goes wrong for the leader here, as Wozniak is able to get back in front of Peter Schumann. As we see Close entering the pits second time, so it looks like yeah, he's going to go a whole four laps down now. Lichten also in the pits, and that means Random Racing retake second place in GD3 as a result. Lichten got a big gap to Rob Moore. They will emerge in third unless they are changing drivers at BMW Madness. Christian Lewis finally gets going again. Oh, almost like he was thinking about rear-ending the number 3 Madness Racing car. That would have been embarrassing. As Christian Lewis actually gets back in the Scuderia Ventus car, so Schumann still in the pits actually in LMP2. I wonder if there was some more serious damage to that Frinavon Racing entry. So the big question is whether Lucas Lichten is going to be able to, now he's escaped from the pits, of course, is he going to be able to catch up to Mikael Vaza in the Random Racing? Is it DDoS or Random Racing that Mikael Vaza drives for? I think it's it is Random Racing, sorry. But anyway, the race really settling into a bit of a pattern here. Of course, the only real battle of any note for position seems to be in GD3, but not necessarily for the lead, but for second place, of course. And you've got to wonder how long Reza is going to be able to extend this stint for. And so Schumann still in the pit. Oh, big crash for Denischenko. Oh, and that is going to mean he's going to have to crawl his way back to the pits. Oh, he's got it all wrong there at that's not Carousel, that's I believe that's Nordschleife that he's got all wrong there. So he's going to have to make his way through to Bergwerk, and he's got a long way back to the pits actually, looking at the track map. So Denischenko in a world of pain once again. The RS's Unison car looking pretty worse for wear. The yellow flags will be waved out to him, hopefully, so that cars behind do not end up tripping over themselves. But I think we're just going to watch Denny and Shenko get back to the pits, and then I think I may go on a little bit of a break. But anyway, let's just hope that Shenko is able to continue. Of course, Schumann in the pits already for his own damage, so Denny Shenko, or maybe perhaps Schumann is taking a break. It doesn't look like his teammate is there. Is Denny Shenko late in the year? So he's just lost second overall to Wozniak again, I believe. Oh no, Denny Shenko was already quite a long. So eventually we have a GT3 car lapping an LMP2 car there. Never thought I would see the day. Denny Shenko really hopeful that he's the championship leader, of course. At least he was, as a Kerr gets into the Frinavon racing car, and they rejoin a lap down the leader. Of course, with the guy in third place looking like that, they've got no threat from behind. So Frinavon are looking like a pretty safe bet for second place, at least. Unless something really bizarre happens to Norwich Cab and the Fancy Esports leading entry. They've been doing an incredible job, it must be said. But Shenko flashing his lights, wobbling like a wounded animal. And of course, he's not going to lose any points due to these two mistakes he's made, losing his rear wing. Certainly not good to get through row rings like that. And also, the only thing that really takes a knock here is his pride, I guess. That barrier also gets a bit of a knock too, as I mentioned that. Oh, pinballing across. I believe that's Flansgarden. He's oh no, this is Kesselchen, isn't it? So I keep forgetting that. I keep thinking he's going a lot faster than he actually is in his progress through the circuit. He's in the middle of the second sector, it seems. The whole other sector to go to before he can get to the pit lane. And to his credit, keeping it a little bit cleaner than Christian Lewis was earlier. There he is now, in a significantly more repaired state, but much further down the road in terms of the GT3 order. As the leader pits, Norbert Jacob. This could be a driver change at Fancy Esports. On the as the beginning of lap 11. I wonder, last lap for Norbert Jacob was at 7:27. So that's about 8 seconds off his best time. I wonder if he's starting to feel a bit fatigued. I reckon it's time to swap out. If you look at Lewis trying to close the 150-second gap to Fulvio Sousa. Can't see that happening anytime soon. Although, it looks like Sousa in the pits, of course, so Lewis may be able to close the gap significantly, but you would think, unless Sousa has some really heavy damage or just wants to take a break and has no one to hand over to, that the Brazilian racing team car will be able to re-emerge ahead. Yellow flags, I believe that's for Shenko. Just cleared. Oh, Denny, he's really got. It's not exactly a prideful feeling to be 8th overall and have most of the GT3 field ahead of you when you're in an LMP2 car with a whole hour elapsed, an hour and 30 minutes elapsed. So we could see quite a battle if Denny Shenko struggles to get his act together and has to try and get past the GT3 cars in the closing stages of the race. It could be quite interesting. But, we're going to have to wait a while for that, as Christian Lewis almost gets a bit of an end swapper there, as I like to call it, as Jacob has got going again, so clearly just needed a bit more fuel and some fresher tyres. This is Sousa we're looking at in the pits, so 3 laps down on Farkas, but Lewis now only 60 seconds behind as Ashenko comes to a halt facing the wrong way and plonks it into the barriers. This is not what RSS Unison had planned for today. Ooh. And just as he gets out of one barrier, he finds another one. I just think the barriers are his new best friend at the moment. Look at the way he's hugging them. But Axel Kerr, who is driver, I don't think we've seen him in too much action for Frinavond Racing. I don't think he was in action at Hockenheim. I think he was scheduled to take over at Le Mans, but I wasn't sure if he got to drive before the race got cancelled. There we go. Souza coming out of the pits now, so he will maintain position ahead of Lewis. You can see no Lewis on the horizon. There he is, actually. Just coming into frame now as, oh, look at all that dust being kicked up by the RSS Unison entry. It's a very unusual line. This is out of the way, I guess. These drivers seem to be practicing their worst case scenarios for the 24 hours. Like, how do I get back to the pits in the fastest way possible without them spinning the least amount of times possible without my rear wing? That seems to be what RSS Unison are practicing today. But I'm sure Deniashenko would much rather be battling it out with Jakab for the lead. That seems less and less likely the longer this race goes on, as he just hemorrhages time to the fancy esports entry. 2 laps down now, so once you go a lap down at the Nürburgring, it's pretty difficult to make that up. Not just pretty difficult, it's near impossible. Yep, and it just gets worse and worse for Deniashenko. He's going to try and reverse to the pits now. Oh. I'm not entirely sure that Deniashenko is taking this 100% seriously. That's not going to do the rear end any inch of goodness. Now here's Jakab. He's probably going to come around to lap Shenko again at this point. At this rate, certainly. Meanwhile, GD3, is anything interesting happening in GD3? Raz was about 40 seconds behind Wozniak. Lichten is about 53 seconds behind Raza. And then Rob Moore is 92 seconds behind Lucas Lichten. Fastest lap in GD3 still belongs to Lichten, 8:15.9. But the person going fastest at the moment is Mikhail Graza, 8 minutes 19. Only 2 seconds off Wozniak, the Solo Sport Racing's best time, which is 8:17. So random racing, definitely, probably one of the most consistent in GD3, apart from, of course, Solo Sport Racing. So I really think we could see random racing closing the gap to Solo Sport in the next hour or two. There we go. Has Deniashenko finally made it onto the long straight to Tiergarten? Well, still going in reverse. Which kind of sums up Deniashenko's race so far. You wonder if you think he's going to hand over soon, or he's just going to carry on going backwards for the entire race. We could be here a while, if that, like beyond the 6 hours, if he traces that approach. But, here's the Brazilian racing team, number 78 of Claudio Souza. In 6th place. Lewis is, of course, a lot closer now in that battle for 6th to not finish last, basically. But yeah, he's only 10 seconds behind Claudio Souza, actually, so that is by far the closest battle on track at the present moment. Although, there's, of course, the battle. Deniashenko, is he finally going to try and go the right way round? No, the suspension seems buggered to me. All those musical notes on the back of the RSS Unison car. Certainly not playing the right tune out of that RSS Unison machine at the moment. perhaps Denishenko is playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. Or Morecambe and Wise reference, which nobody will get. So, it's piles of dust coming out the back of that car as it splinters all over the grass. And that pit lane, so close, but also so very, very, very far. And is Lewis. The gap to Souza is increased actually, 12 seconds, so Souza fighting back slightly there. Well, has Lewis run into a problem somewhere on track? Well, there we go. Lewis being lapped, there we go, by BMW Madness of Lucas Lichten. Third. Oh! Wheel on the grass for Lewis there. Yeah, we nearly had an accident there, but got away with that one as Farkas in fifth. Supposed to make his pit stop. Big gap to Souza, so no threat from behind. I feel like I've said that a lot so far, no threat from behind. And Isachenko, he's going through the last chicane now. He must be trying to get to the pits, surely. There we go. He lined himself up, goes for the gap, and enters the pit lane. So, big embarrassment for RSS Unison. But Denishenko, having almost deliberately lost as much time as possible, will now have to give us an amazing show following his lengthy pit for repairs. I think this would be a good opportunity to go for a break right now. Voloshenko presumably licks his wounds, swallows his pride, and puts on a new rear wing. But anyway, oh, Lewis having another accident as I say that. Oh, didn't seem to be too badly damaged. Gets away with that, gets back on track, and continues on. So he's not going to catch Souza again driving like that. But anyway, your leaders in class are Norbert Chakab, Fancy Esports number 5 in LMP2, and Mikhail Wozniak for Solo Sport Racing number 14. Oh, drifting from Scuderia Ventus machine. He was not leading GT3 class, that's for sure. But it's Wozniak in the Solo Sport Racing number 14 with a big gap. Not as big as Chakab's gap of a whole lap, but a 51-second gap still fearsome thing to overcome nonetheless. So we'll be back pretty shortly. We'll see how this race develops. Anyway, so goodbye from the Nürburgring just for a short few moments as we go to commercial, I believe. Hello again, and welcome back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 6 hours of Nürburgring test race at the EERC Endurance Championship. I'm Ed, I'm the commentator, and while we were just having a break there, Norbert Jacob, leading in the LMP2 class, just set a best lap of 7 minutes 18.01 seconds, so nearly getting into the 7 minutes 17 bracket. It should be really impressive, a whole minute faster than what the likes of the G free car field has been able to do. But Jacob really out in front, actually, not just in P2, but also in the P2 class, of course, but in the order, because second on the road is Mikhail Wozniak in the solo spot entry number 14, who's about 2 laps down. So both the Frinavon Racing in number 37 of Axel Kier and Denny Yashenko in the RSS Unison Racing, who's still in the pits repairing his car. They have both hit trouble. So Axel Kier has got past Martin Farkas in his GT3 car and is starting to close the gap to Rob Timpin, who's taken over the number 1 McLaren, the independent entry. They did have another driver. But Denny Yashenko really having a long... Actually, he's just got out of the pits now, so we're hopefully going to see some great pace from Denny Yashenko as he tries to make his way back up through the GT3 field, like Axel Kier is currently doing. Of course, there are big gaps, but they've got significantly faster cars underneath them. And Norbert Jacob really unchallenged up front and doing a marvellous job, it must be said, and setting some blistering lap times. As we see, is this Axel Kier? Yashenko, actually, going back to the pit lane there. I didn't quite see what happened. I was just looking at the timing screens. Yeah, he just stopped on track and decided enough was enough and to go back to the pit lane. So we're not going to see the big fight back from Denny Yashenko. He's listed as did not finish. So only two cars left in LMP2. I guess Yashenko didn't have anyone to hand over to, maybe. This is getting a little ridiculous. Really hope we're not going to end up with this situation where we've only got 1 car left in LMP2. GT3 though, we've still got 7 cars around. Well, some of them have taken, some of the cars at the back have taken sort of, let's just say, extended breaks, much like my commentary. But yeah, so Souza in the Brazilian racing team number 78, close in the Scuderia Ventus, who we're watching right now. He was within about 10 seconds of Souza and then started making a huge amount of mistakes. And now he is somehow ballooned, the gap has ballooned out to 266 seconds. I say somehow, but this is Jeff Close and Christine Lewis in the Scuderia Ventus teams. They really seem to find a way of hemorrhaging time rather quickly. They seem to be keeping it on the road at the moment, which is somewhat better for them. And hopefully they can make up ground and progress in up the order as the race goes on. So of course, we're at the Nürburgring, which has a rich and storied history, fraught with danger, of course. One of the reasons why Nürburgring was taken off the F1 calendar in the 1970s in real life was because it was deemed too dangerous, especially after the accident that nearly took the life of Niki Lauda and left him with second-degree, third-degree, well, really high burns, just pretty much on his face and everywhere. So the Nürburgring, of course, still used for the GT 24 Hours of Nürburgring. The VLN, of course, I know use Nürburgring too. So it does have a big GT and touring car classes that still use it. A couple of years ago, remember the World Touring Car Championship went to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, although they only did the races last because of the sheer distance of a lap at the circuit, it only lasted a few laps that race. But yeah, certainly a unique challenge. Rivaled only by Le Mans, where we were at, of course, quite recently. Spa, Suzuka, all real drivers' tracks. As we look at Ishenko still in the pits, so it doesn't look like he'll be getting going again anytime soon. Ooh, a little hop from Claudio Souza. Or is that Ishenko just leaving now? It's showing him 4 laps down. No, he's calling in the towel again. Yep, there he is again, but it doesn't look like he's going out. So, Ishenko really needs to make up his mind at this point, because otherwise, not really too much else to comment on if he stays in the garage. It's definitely a race in the loosest sense of the word, in the sense that there are cars circulating around the track, but it doesn't really feel like they're racing each other. It feels like they're just... Some of them are trying to get to the end, and the other ones are just trying to stay out of the barriers, and when they do hit the barriers, they kind of give up. Closest fight, actually, really just the big battle in QB3 at the moment, which is 52-second gap to between Wozniak and Raza. And Lichten is actually, no, he's a bit closer to Raza. He's only 48 seconds behind Raza, but that is the closest battle. Axel Kerr is about 69 seconds behind Rob Timpin in the order. That's Rob Timpin, the GD3 McLaren, but Kerr in the LMP2 Avalon racing car. So Kerr should be able to catch Rob Timpin fairly quickly, and then shouldn't have too much trouble passing him. So really, the only action I think we're going to see anytime soon is Axel Kerr, who can get his act together and get past the top 4 in GD3. A bit wide there. We see Christian Lewis. No, not Christian Lewis. Jeff Close going a bit wide at the first chicane. There's Lucas Lichten. BMW Madness. I definitely feel one of the unluckier teams. Teams that had the last couple of races not had the luck necessarily that they would have wanted. The 4th place in Marcin Hockenheim had a really difficult time at Le Mans before that race was cancelled, of course. And ranked 3rd here, which is probably pretty decent for them. We would have hoped perhaps to be a bit closer to Vaza and Wozniak. He's cut the gap down to 46 seconds to Raza. Oh, as we see Raza, that's why Raza spinning and just doing pretty well to stay out of the wall there. That random racing car, but that's really gonna make him vulnerable to Lichten if he keeps making mistakes. Like he goes wide again into the gravel. We've got Farkas, who's basically on his own. Martin Farkas and Eidos car. Big gap to the leader in class of 542 seconds, and almost slightly smaller gap of 235 seconds to Lichten. To Timpin, rather, Rob Timpin, the independent McLaren. There's like Souza laps down on him in the distance there. He must have just lapped Souza fairly recently. The point where I think Denny Ishenko has decided to get going again 4 laps down, so perhaps my words took a root there somehow. Oh, we see Raza making another mistake. Is there some damage to that car? Is his rhythm just completely destroyed? Because he's really going to be a sitting duck to Lichten if he keeps making mistakes like that. He's going again, but I'm not sure what's happening there. Perhaps the tyres are wearing out. You can't to put 5 laps down on Denny Ishenko. It's not every day you see this happen. And this is a real... Oh! Rob Timpin in 4th place. It really looks like GD3. Did well, actually, to keep out the barrier there. Had a full, more than 360-degree spin there. He spun all the way around twice, it looked like. So, yeah. There's Oh, we cut to Farkas in the gravel. That's at the just coming into, as we see a replay now of all the chaos and spins. One of them, probably. It seems like everyone is losing at the same point. So, weather today has not been great, but I think that there's any rain at the Nürburgring at the moment. Here we go. So this is Rob Timpen. Oh, he did hit the barrier. Almost hit it again. I was able to just about keep going. It doesn't look like it was a big hit, so the steering doesn't look substantially damaged. It's actually a pretty decent save, all things considered, by Rob Timpen. Because Lichten, by the way, 24 seconds down on second place, Mikael Reza. So really, BMW Madness have got to fancy their chances of taking second in GT3 from Random Racing. There's a big opportunity there. This is Jeff Close. Seems to have stopped just before the first corner. Oh no, here we go. Oh, there's a friend of on car. Here's the mistakes there. Yeah, having a bit of trouble, and that's Jeff Close getting a bit wide. So this must have been what we saw earlier, just being replayed to us, yeah. Bit of a weird moment that. Felt like neither driver was really paying attention to that corner. They were fatiguing a bit. Oh, because Kira's only recently got into the car, so. But whatever the reason, they both got away without any kind of significant damage. Here we go. This is Farkas on the GP stretcher. Oh, he just lost the rear end. Going into turn 4. Now putting in the gravel really. Overcooked it. Easy to do, I guess. But doesn't lose Farkas any positions. He's free to continue on his merry way. Claudio Souza, by the way, has decided to enter the pits. As is Deniashenko again. So I wonder if something has happened again to Deniashenko. He's just having the race from hell. It's good thing this is just a test race. As championship leader, you could not really afford to have races like this. As Timpen has lost a rear wing now, he's spinning again. Oh dear, I have a feeling Rob Timpen is going to have a long and difficult walk back to the pits here. Well, not a walk, it might be faster if he walks at the rate that his car keeps spinning out on him, but it's more of just hobbling that car home. But Lichten keeping the gap steady to Raza at 24 seconds, so I definitely think BMW Madness have got a chance here as the Brazilian racing team has swapped out Claudio Souza for Rafael Sampaio. Jeff Close has retaken that 9th position overall. Here we go, this is Rob. What happened? He hits the curb, hits the other curb, and this is where he loses it. Yes, just bangs in. Oh, almost falls through the ground there. But that's just a lag error on our end. But Rob has got going again. But his car definitely looking a bit second-hand after that. Really felt to me like he was pushing a bit hard there. Should have got out of the throttle. Yeah, here we go. That's the second spin. He just got on the grass. Couldn't really avoid that one. Now the rear wing is gone. But here's Sampaio, having just got out of the pits. Making the beginning of his race. So he'll be hoping to catch back up to Close. As there's Zachenko, he's sort of just, venturing out, putting his toe in the water when he feels like it, but maybe he'll just stay in the garage until the very end and then come out so he can say he finished 3rd at the Nürburgring. That would be the easy way out, given that there's no other LMP2 competitor. 3rd in class at the Nürburgring. But, of course, with Zachenko giving up, essentially, it seems like, that really opens the door for the Solo Sport Racing number 14 entry to finish second overall, which would be a huge result for them. Actually, the efforts of John Bennett in the opening stint, and Wozniak has done a pretty decent job extending that, consolidating that gap too, with Michael Raza. But looking like Nürburgring is really showing off who knows this track and who doesn't. Because obviously, as I said earlier in the broadcast, I feel quite labyrinthian at times. You don't know it, but I've driven it quite a few times, and sort of I always often struggle to remember exact corner names, apart from some of the more obvious ones, like the carousel, for instance, or the Mullenbach hairpin. But yeah, I can never remember which way it goes. It's one of those things where it's more helpful for driving it than it is for commentating. But I'm really looking at Jeff Close coming out of Mullenbach actually for the rest of the GP circuit. Being Rafael Sampaio as 2 laps down on Jeff Close, which indicates to me that maybe they had some repairs, or they had some bigger issue that has made the gap effectively flip-flop between the Scuderia Ventus and the Brazilian racing team cars. Rob Timpen is also in the pits. He's made it there for repairs, so actually having a much quicker return to the pits than we saw from the Scuderia Ventus team and Christian Lewis earlier. Lucas Lichten, the gap to Michael Raza is up to 30 seconds now. So even though Michael Raza had a pretty horrible last lap, actually, he did 8 minutes 39, and Lucas Lichten did 8 minutes 18. But for some reason, I think Lucas Lichten has lost about 4 seconds in this first sector. Seems to have made a bit of a mistake somewhere on this lap 15 of the race. Of course, one that is really going to bother Wozniak too much, as we see Lichten really pushing to make up for that lost time. It was a great opportunity there for a few laps to really put the pressure on random racing, and that seems to be slipping away now. Oh, as always seems to happen to BMW, man. In the races I've seen, they have some good stints, they have some good strategies, but for whatever reason, things end up going a bit wrong. The driver makes an error, or bad luck befalls them, and they don't quite come away with the result they perhaps would otherwise deserve. But here's Axel Kerr. Axel Kerr, who is ahead of Rob Timpen now, having made his pit for repairs. So Lucas Lichten is actually next on. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Axel Kerr's hit list. So let's go close that 14-second gap. But meanwhile, actually, this is a bit bizarre. Rafael Sampaio has set a fastest lap of the race in sector 2 with a 74.328 seconds. And usually you see him taking in GD3, yes, in GD3 as well. The other GD3 cars have taken 182 seconds, maybe 185, 182. And this Michael Raza actually pits now. This is important because it will hand it place as second in class GD3 to Lucas Lichten. But yeah, I'm not sure how Rafael Sampaio was able to basically trick the timing beam there and set a blister in sector 2. But nothing's going to help him too much. Here we go. Lichten takes second place in GD3 and third overall, of course. So, are Random Racing going to swap out Michael Raza after that mistake, pardon me, that he made? Interesting to see. But of course, that could give Axel Kerr an easy way past. 172 seconds down, of course, but We're closing rapidly, I believe. This means Mikhail Wozniak, yeah, they are changing. Luke Mader takes over the random racing number 13 entry. So we'll be interested to see what Mader can make of this. He's going to emerge about 30 seconds down on Lucas Lichtenstein. See how long the stop takes, but yeah, you may also have to worry about Axel Kerr, 100 seconds down, but closing rapidly. And Mikhail Wozniak now got an 87 second gap lead to Lucas Lichtenstein. So really, BMW Madness are going to struggle to fight for the win here as Norwich Cab hits from the lead. And there's a 2-lap lead, it must be said. And I wonder, with fresh tyres, is Jacob going to try and go for another really hot lap? Try and break into the 7 minutes, 17 second gap bracket for the first time. Also, Jacob having driven for nearly 2 hours now. We're almost at the 2-hour mark. Maybe Jacob just wants a break or someone else to hand over to. And who wouldn't want to stamp into a leading car that has a big gap like that, even in a non-points playing race? But we get back to Wozniak doing an immaculate job. Hard to compare always. Always feels like in this situation particularly, you've got the leader in LMP2 doing a great job, but also the leader in QD3. It definitely looks like Jacob in a class of his own. Oh, there's Axel Kerr spinning at. Oh, that must be the first corner. He's gonna. Yeah, there we go. There goes Jacob to lap in again. Kerr really not having an ideal stint, and it just really plays into Norbert Jacob's hands. Jacob has recently exited the pits now, so I reckon we're going to see that Fancy Esports car going for another fastest lap attempt before too long. As Mader has hit trouble. He's listed as a DNF on my screen. So Random Racing has been in real trouble here. I'm not sure exactly what's happened. There's Rafael Sampaio who's pitting. Must be for repairs or something. Because I believe they, only about 2 laps ago, they'd already put a change driver. I'm not sure exactly what's happened to Mader. Let's see if we can maybe get a replay of that. But that's really going to cost them in their battle for second. And it basically means that everyone is going to be very, very spaced out now. Because pretty much only the class leaders in this race have been able to avoid making too many mistakes. Everyone else has it's attracted more mistakes than moths to a flame, basically. It's been very interesting. But yeah, Mader, it seems, has thrown in the towel. And Timpen gonna inherit 3rd place in GD3 and 5th overall at this rate. He's only 70 odd seconds behind the Random Racing car now. Also, of course, hands 4th overall back to Axel Kerr, who's only got 2 GD3s to deal with, Lucas Lichtenstein and Mikhail Wozniak. Wozniak threading his way through the small confines of Sector 3. And they're looking pretty comfortable, must be said. The approaches. That wasn't the carousel, that's the one of the last corners before the long straight. Team Joe, he's just going into the bomb hole. Yep, Timpen is now just inherited third in GD3. And Mader, it seems, is not made out of the right stuff for this, so it's just a bad time for him. He's really blown any chance of random racing in the podium now. So, how many cars are left running in this race? Well, I believe about 8. We had about 10 or 11 starters, I think 13 entrants, 10 or 11 starters, and now 8 remaining. Only 2 in LMP2 class. And with a GD3 runner dropping down, we only have 6 left in that class too. The leader pitting, Wozniak. He has a very healthy gap to Lucas Lichton. Well, only about 30 seconds actually, so we could see BMW Mendes still inherit the lead here, actually. But I have a feeling that Wozniak might emerge just in front of him. It could be quite close though. Lucas Lichton will be pushing, no doubt, to try and emerge in the lead here. Which Farkas inherit 4th place. There we go, John Bennett takes over the solo spot entry machine again. And where is Lucas Lichton? He's about actually. Oh, I must have misread it because it's saying Lucas Lichton's 77 seconds behind John Bennett, which doesn't make sense. I'm not sure how he's lost all that time all of a sudden, but yeah. Whoa! There's Rafael Sampaio facing the wrong way. The Brazilian racing team. But that's not really going to help him catch back up to Jeff Close. Neither Close nor Sampaio have really done a particular state job today, it must be said. As we look at Jeff Close, who seems to be nursing some suspension damage because he was having to turn the steering wheel to the left to keep driving in a straight line. I think Jeff Close may be headed to the pits as well for repairs. Just coming to the very end of hour 2. We're approaching hour 3 and the sort of half distance mark. Real test for these drivers then, and not all of them being able to meet the challenge. Norbert Jacob though, and John Bennett and his teammate Mikael Wozniak in Silver Sport 14 both really impressed me today, and shown that they're up to the challenge. It would be great to see John Bennett and Gal Wozniak take on the Nürburgring in September. Perhaps they will be in the solo sport car again for Circuit of the Americas in a few weeks' time. Both drivers have done their homework on the ring, know the ins and outs. They're able to manage it pretty effectively. There's Manton Farkas having a huge accident, going off in the rear at that looks like Nordschleife, or it's definitely one of the tidier, twistier bits on the circuit. So yeah, big moment for Manton Farkas, and the suspension is gone. It's going to be damaged, and that means he's going to have to go back to the pits, just like Jeff Close. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. He may have just got a wheel on the grass and ended up going backwards into the barriers there. Thankfully, his rear wing looked like it was intact, but not an ideal scenario for the IDOS driver. That's a Jeff Close, who's got the opposite problem with his steering. He's having to turn to the left, Farkas having to turn to the right. Farkas though, significant margin on Jeff Close, so Farkas isn't really under any threat. Ooh. A moment there for Farkas as he hits the cross again. Farkas going into Ashton Whipperman now, I believe. I think in the middle of sector 2. But yeah, it really looks like 17 laps in, with still a long way to go as we finally get into. Oh, this is Sampaio struggling. That car must be wounded. Some serious issues that will necessitate another trip to the pits. Is the Rob Timpen going through on the left there. But yeah, Rafael Sampaio struggling to keep the thing in a straight line. And it's really looking like all of the last 3 runners in GT3 are going to have to pit for repairs. In fact, Close has just made it to the pit lane. Farkas, I still think, has a little bit to go, but Sampaio a long way away from the pits. Farkas just approaching Plains Garden at the moment. We've got Shrieker's Lichten, who's only 5 seconds behind the leader actually, so I may have an issue with my timing screen there. So I did think that he was a lot further ahead, yeah, John Bennett for some reason. But he actually started to close on John Bennett a little bit, so there is a battle for the lead in GT3. I don't know why I was sounding so bored, so that timing screen error had completely thrown me off there. But Lucas Lichten really got the bit between his teeth. He's going to put John Bennett under as much pressure as possible. Because the thing that Lucas Lichten really doesn't need is a trip to the barriers now, as we've seen so many others replicate time and time again, lap after lap. Sampaio has finally made it to the pits, actually. I think Farkas is either hit while I wasn't looking, or he's decided to carry on with his damage, which is a very odd decision, and one that may end up costing him a lot of time around here. Comparing the sector times, obviously John Bennett's just come out of the pits. His first time was 3:37.429. Here we go. He's just gone into sector 2 and set a personal best, 183.8, whereas Lucas Litchin has set a 184 flat almost. So John Bennett really starting to pull the gap back up to 5 seconds. It was 4 seconds for a second there, as we see Farkas continuing on with his damage and really coming to grief here. Lewis taking over the Scuderia Ventus machine again. So he could really close on Farkas and definitely get a pass made. Look at Farkas going, really spinning around like a spinning top at the moment. Farkas really needs to get back to the pit sharpish. Anyone watching, by the way, feel free to input in the chat and I will respond to it, because there's not really too much else to focus on. As Lucas Litchin pits from second in GD3, and that really ends that lead battle. So, what brief excitement there was in the race has now been extinguished as things regress to the norm. And Madness Racing, if they can get past Solo Sport in the pits using their pitting later strategy, that might help. They can keep pitting a lap later, but it definitely looks like Solo Sport have got things under control at the moment. Norbert Cab running a bit quite steady at the front. His last lap was 8 minutes 45. So yeah, really backing off or running into traffic and other people's incidents. But the guy really pushing at the moment is actually John Bennett. Although Lucas Litchin has actually taken about 3 seconds out of him in the final sector. Otherwise, their times have been pretty even. But of course, Lucas Litchin having this pit is a long way down. So I really guess it becomes a game of who makes the next mistake and ends up facing the wrong way around the track or losing a rear wing and hitting the barriers. So place your bets, people. Oh, there we go. Rob Timpen does it again. Third place car in GD3, going backwards, hitting the wall, and losing the rear wing. But Kerr is also pit from second in LMP2. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened to Rob Timpen there. We only caught really the end of that accident, but looked like a really careless mistake there, unfortunately. And lucky for him, Farkas has just only recently come from his own mistake. He's put him several hundred seconds down, so Timpen won't even lose any positions as a result of that. So as long as he makes it back to the pits, I guess. But really, it means that the only ones even remotely close to each other in this race are Bennett and Litchin. They are, I believe, about 90 seconds apart. Yeah, almost 100 seconds now, because Litchin is behind John Bennett, having made the pit stop. Because he was. The pit stop seemed to take about 80 seconds in this, depending on how much fuel is being put on, of course. But yeah, Larry Madness really going for a long thing here. And hopefully soon to the end of the third hour. Gears rejoins from the pits. I think, yeah, still a lap down. So not really made much impression on Norbert Cab, unfortunately. In fact, on my time screen, it says he is. It's okay, is about 2 laps down, actually. Still hasn't been able to get past Lucas Litchfield or John Bennett. So I guess the as this race is not exactly turned into a cracker, although it didn't really seem like it would, given the low number of entries. I guess it's time to focus on great races of the past that have taken place at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And one that comes to my mind is the race in the mid to late 1930s. Where Tazio Nuvolari won in a Alfa Romeo against the might of Mercedes and Auto Union, of course, during the Nazi Germany years, pre-World War II. And it was a great big upset at the time, of course. And one of the, of course, I think the Nürburgring Nordschleife was originally envisaged as a sort of it was built during the 20s. It was originally envisaged as a kind of a test track or just sort of a place for German manufacturers like Mercedes, like Auto Union, to really show their dominance. You see a little bit of a rear end stepping out from Christian Lewis at high speed. I've got to say, for Christian Lewis, he's given us some great entertainment today, at least. Constantly pushing it, always letting the rear end hand that very oversteery kind of driver. Honestly, I like to watch that sort of car control at play. Norbert Cab, really, this race has been kind of almost, he makes it look easy like child's play, but it's been a supreme effort by him so far. And we saw a pretty good last lap from him, 7 minutes 18.9, only 9/10 off his best lap. And significantly faster than what anybody else has been managing. Axel Kerr's last lap, for comparison, was 7 minutes 53. It was 40 seconds slower on one lap. That's the thing about the Nordschleife, because it's so long and so challenging, you'll always get these huge gaps, it seems. Whoa! This is really not going to help Axel Kerr's case at all. Rear wing comes off and all. That was a really careless incident from Axel Kerr. As he just slid off into the tyre barrier. So Axel Kerr really failing to take care there, and a race that really kind of any sense of a challenge to Jacob up front had long since evaporated, but now if there was any remote chance that Kerr was in this race, that has been disproven quite considerably there by his mistake. Axel Kerr will have to trudge back to the pits embarrassingly, and he may even lose position as Timpen. Timpen, rather than going back to the pits, he's actually retired. I didn't notice that. So that makes how many retirements now? Pretty much half the field is gone, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 7 drivers still running, which is barely enough to fill a points table. I'm going to wonder if, apart from Jacob and the fancy esports car and the solo sport number 14, possibly BMW Bandits as well, they're going too badly. Is anybody going to finish this race? Is this right? It looks like we've got 3 drivers that have been taking it anywhere near seriously, and others have been making careless little errors. And of course, Nürburgring is a really punishing track, but when we have so few cars in the race, it really makes really makes this whole commentary job a little stale, you know, especially when there's nobody else to bounce off of. Oh, here we go. What's happened here? That's Christian Lewis is somehow managed to wedge himself at the that's the entrance to the Nordschleife, the exit sort of from the Grand Prix track. He's somehow managed to himself stuck there. So Christian Lewis really not helping his case here. In fact, Maida retired some time ago, but Christian Lewis has completely failed to catch up to him. I think Maida will have a chance of still finishing in 5th at this rate. Lordy, lordy. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, the Nürburgring taking no prisoners, as it rarely does. Because Ditchton still saying just under 100 seconds behind John Bennett. So the only tension here is whether BMW Madness are going to try something in their fuel strategy. Close up on solo sport racing. Does not really seem like they can really convincingly any kind of challenge towards John Bennett and the number 14 entry. But we'll see. Is that Luke Maida who has woken up all of a sudden? We were just about to see a replay here. Not sure what this is of. This is Christian Lewis getting stuck, I believe. Oh, okay. Let's not see any of that. Interesting, our director is very keen to show us Christian Lewis driving on his way to show that maybe he can keep it clean if he wants to. But I have a feeling this isn't going to end the same way. Here we go. Gets over the cut. Oh, he's made the same mistake that we saw earlier. That we saw Rob Timpen made. Rob Timpen and Tim Maida still in the pits, by the way. And ahead of Christian Lewis, so Christian Lewis, embarrassingly, that must be the 3rd or 4th time at the very least that he has gone off and binned it, and he goes to the pit lane 2, I think. It's Sugar Motor time soon to he's still going. Jeff Close, meanwhile, has gone up to 5th. Midas number 177. 5th overall, but 3rd in class. And Axel Kerr. Here we go, so we're going to see what's happened to Jeff Close, actually. Oh, he's made a big mistake. The front takes a real knockdown. That's a very odd place to lose it. Again, the rear just got a bit too wide, and Jeff Close, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some suspension damage there, but if he's gotten away with that one, he's very lucky. Very fortunate indeed. But this race really, as you expect, at the Nürburgring, one of attrition. It's a shame that really it's not been one to really write home about, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, pits yet again. LMP2. Finally made it back to the pits after losing his rear wing, of course. Christian Lewis doing a little dance that he's done all day, pretty much. desperately try and hustle the thing back to the pits. You'd think after the first time he would have learned his lesson by now. But I guess not. Whoop. Definitely really tugging away at that wheel. Try and make sure he doesn't lose it. Doesn't look easy to drive, but still. It would be a lot easier to drive if we had that rear wing. Jeff Close has really made a meal of that one. Lost his rear wing somewhere as well. Must have made another mistake. Maybe the handling wasn't as good. But Jeff Close has, I think, made it to the pits. More than can be said for Christian Lewis. I'd love to know what happened to Rob Timpin. But I guess he's had enough. Christian Lewis decides to take the inside of the carousel for a change. Maybe because the damage is on the other side this time. You can actually turn left. It's just turning right that's the big issue. And spins him out, I guess. We're going to see another replay of some recent disaster. On to your hat, folks. Yeah, it's taking a while to find that replay, I guess. Here we go. Finally. So here's Jeff Close. Coming into the final chicane. Oh, he goes, just tanks the wall. That was very careless from Jeff Close. Everything was fine up to that point. Just a little tyre barrier, the little red tyres, and yeah, that's where his rear wing is. And yeah, you got to think that maybe it's time for Jeff Close to switch over to someone else. But a very odd place to have an accident. It really shows that perhaps he was not quite spatially aware of where the rear of his car was, as he should have been. But anyway, Close comes out of the pits now, still in third place, and really there is no threat from behind whatsoever, so this is not too costly a mistake, but it does ensure that he's now a lap down on the duty-free leaders, and there's no real chance to intervene in that battle. Lichton doing a decent job, actually. A few seconds to Bennett. Got the gap pretty stable. But Bennett, of course, probably, unless he's going to do something, unless the field strategy is really going to play to BMW Magnus's hands, then Bennett can really afford to coast a little bit. And there's, as we saw, just again another visit to the barrier. On his way to the pit lane, him and Sampaio are 4 and 5 laps down on duty-free lead respectively. You would have thought it'd be impossible for a car to be that far behind in this race and still be in it, but this is again their perseverance shining through, or perhaps just their stubbornness. And Lichton are actually doing a very decent job, it must be said. I think it's unlikely that BMW Madness's fuel strategy is going to get them ahead of the solo sport racing BMW. Interesting that it's only really the two BMW teams up front, whereas usually you would expect them to all be in McLaren. So there's another BMW, the Brazilian racing team car. Made a bit of contact with the barrier. I think that's Rafael Cepeda heading to the pits. Oh, that steering barrage made that entry a bit of a nightmare for him, and he's made pretty much the same, very similar error to. Oh, and he's retired. Okay, well, 7 runners remaining then, I guess. Actually 6. Cepeda might have going in for a second there, but nope. So 3.5 hours to go, and more than half the field has been eliminated already. Just in through boredom, or just they're just falling too far behind and giving up. Seems to be the reason for most of these retirements. Jacob. A lovely job through the that fast section, which is the Banks Garden, isn't it? Yeah. There's Axel Kerr. Finland Racing. 2 laps down, but he's still behind GD3 cars, I believe. Yep. He's 433 seconds behind Lucas Lichten, which is pretty unbelievable. But I think Axel Kerr is going to have a tough job really making up that ground. Christian Lewis is still going down in 8th, but he's still yet to overtake the retired Rob Timpen and Luke Mader. There he is. Spinning around like a record. Now hugging the wall like it's his favourite apex. Definitely an unusual line from Christian Lewis we've seen today, driving around on their big ring, but to be the only one available to him with the absence of his rear wing. Here we go. Must be nearing the end of the lap soon. Christian Lewis does love putting himself through pain, doesn't he? Be a bit of a masochist. It's John Bennett. This race has been relatively painless from his point of view. Here we go. This is Lewis approaching the pits, coming out of the last chicane now. Oh, he takes one of the cones out, but he avoids the barrier there. And puts him super close to me. And he's made it into the pit lane. So Christian Lewis having a much better trip to the pits than his original run. Still losing the rear wing in the first place and destroying his steering again. It's definitely not really impressed anybody today. But the Scuderia Ventus team just struggling to make it to the end at this point. Meanwhile, Lichten closed in quite a few seconds on Bennett as I was just watching Lewis. He was gone from being 101 seconds behind to only 95 seconds behind. So it might actually, if your strategy works for Dave Mendes, they might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. But there's Jacob making another stop. And really, Jacob could really be doing quite a lot of this race, possibly. I wonder if they are finally going to switch over at Fancy Esports to a different driver. But it doesn't really seem that way. Of course, nobody really to challenge Jacob, so I guess maybe he's going to try and do the 6 hours all on by himself, since the rules for this test race he can do that. It would be impressive if he could. And Bennett is just get back up again to 100 seconds. So whatever happened, it was probably just going into the twisty stuff while Litcham is still on the straights. There's Jeff Close having another moment. And thankfully able to avoid getting too much damage there. Looks like the IDOS McLaren is okay. The steering doesn't look too healthy. We're still in the pits actually. I thought he'd retired for a second there because he'd been in for so long. But it seems we will soon be reaching the halfway mark. And to be honest, being a bit like commentating on this is kind of pointless at this rate. There are so few really still in the running. It is almost a foregone conclusion that Trader's test race is going to go. And if you've stopped watching since then, obviously you won't be able to hear this, but honestly, I don't blame you. Here's Jacquard making his entry onto the Nordschleife loop. Here's Jacquard on a hot lap here. His pace hasn't been all that close to. He's about 10 seconds off his best lap at the moment, but we'll see if he's building up to a good lap on this one. We'll see what his first sector split time is. Meanwhile, the gap between Lichton and Bennett pretty stable at about 96, 97 seconds. Ooh. John Bennett's last lap, 8 minutes 13.5. Let's see what Lucas Lichtin can do. And that's his best lap, so let's see what Bennett's last lap was at the moment on my time screen. But Lichtin's last lap was apparently 8:19.1. Probably why he will have close slightly up on him. Now we watch Jacquard. Must be coming to the end. There we go. Just got us to the end of the first sector there. 320.975 seconds. Not a personal best, but pretty solid. Here's the order. Norbert Jacquard leads by almost over 2 laps from Axel Kier in the front of Bond Racing machine. That's the LMP2 class. GD3, John Bennett for Solo Sport Racing. He's actually second overall. Leads from Lucas Lichten by 98 seconds. Then you have Jeff Close, about 400 seconds and a lap down on Lucas Lichten. Rob Timpen, who's retired, Luke Maida, who's retired, and Christian Lewis, who's still running, but you wouldn't know it if you weren't paying attention because he's behind 2 people who have retired several laps ago. He's 9 laps down. And only just recovered from a pit stop. So 4th is there for the taking if Lewis wants it. But perhaps depends on him actually keeping it clean.
Hi.